of the devil. Apparently, it's a detective-y type game where you're a lawyer and you have to protect your client, who apparently is incarcerated in the justice system where they get 98% of cases, so that's not very good. By get 98% of cases, I mean confirm them as guilty. So there's a lot of bias there, isn't there? So that's basically all I know. And the one other thing I do know about it is that this game is a work of fiction. I mean, I sure hope so. I don't know what's going out in the world if that was not the case. Hi, Jerry. Welcome in. Welcome in. Anyway, it's a work of fiction. Got it. That's all it wanted me for? Okay. I am glad, quite frankly, that that's all it needed of me. That this was a work of fiction. Well, great stream, everybody. All we know now is that it's a work of fiction, and that's about all we need to know. Anyway, on that note, there's probably going to be a bit, this on stream, I think I've seen it before. I have not streamed this one before. No. I've heard about it from many a place, but I've also heard that it's good. And also similar to other things that I've, played on this, channel, like Danganronpa. That's about it. But it is a little intriguing. But yeah, so far I have only obtained the prologue, mostly because you guys have poor sleep schedules, and I can't keep you guys up all night. Just watching this one stream. So if it's a shorter stream, that's probably for the best. Hi, welcome in. New game, indeed. I am testing the waters, as they say. So I guess without further ado, I need to Don't call me out like that, game. Let me call myself out. I haven't bought the other ones yet! Mwahaha. It's only episode 0. It's already 12 a.m. My goodness. You people. Ooh. The first thing I need to do is, turn down the music, my goodness. And audio. That'll work. Okay. Oh, I forgot I have to voice act. It's like my normal thing. For at least one game. You've done it. You can do it. I believed in you, and you've finally done it. Okay, I assume this is the girl. The main girl who is speaking, which means I have to do a girl voice. Oh, this reminds me of Kaide, but for Kaide, at least I could do like a kind of high school girl voice. And that would kind of work out a little bit. This one's a chain smoker. It makes it 12 times harder. Use magic. Congratulations. Magic solves all problems. I need to magic in a new voice. So, that's honestly kind of good that I have right now. I wasn't even trying to do anything. But honestly, this works well enough. Rain sizzles off neon above me. A summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambiance. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. The city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the second-hand nervous energy of it all. But I'm pretty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine, because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Oh, lovely. This does not bode well of any sort. You're not, like, studying? I know I didn't study, but you aren't either. You're out smoking at nighttime. Could at least be taking a nap. I think that's called a sleep. A nap at nighttime. Morgan. Criminal attorney. I don't like that the name is similar to morgue, which is where we don't want our clients to go, by the way. That's my job, isn't it? To prevent that from happening. And you guys see how good I do at Danganronpa. I'm not gonna do any better here. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent, or neon, or hollow. Whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Well, duh, it's a live stream. Solitude's a rarity, anonymity is scarce, and criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers, so you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Yay! Smoking is to prevent the pain. Hi, Astra. I'll come in. Just hide it with a shot bubble. Not quite. Not quite here. We still have depression, though. It's still a thing. Not that there's much else I can do until... My phone? Sorry, I must have had a message. I can check that real quick. Ooh. I get texts from the state system? My goodness. That's scary. The system state. The system state contacts me directly. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. That's a case! Depression getting out of hand. It's spread. It's infected everything else. We will never get rid of it. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. My goodness. I'll try. Yay. The depression's getting really out of hand when you have to... when you put a heart in your reply to the system state. Oh boy. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. 90 minutes! I wish things were that speedy. Nowadays, it'll take you 90 days. Or money back guarantee. Probably makes about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are gonna get busy. Sounds like an action movie quote. Now that I'm here, puts on the shades, things are gonna get busy. Pulls up the gun. My goodness. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. Did I do it right? I didn't like do anything weird, right? Nope, that's just what it's called. Oh, okay. I thought we were supposed to say speak of the devil first, but alright. If that's the episode 0 part. Disable tutorials? Absolutely not. Please help me. I don't know a thing of what I'm doing. No, I'm putting myself a little too low.
I'm a smart man who can solve murders that are absolutely normal. Right? I'm smart enough to figure this out. Whatever's going on, I can look with my eyeballs and see that ain't right, press them for info, and then solve this case in 30 minutes flat, hopefully. And everything will go entirely fine.
Precinct 254. It's a ghost town with nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. A high clearance rates, even. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever, if I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will care about what you have to say. And so, let's see if I can't poke around and shake some loose change.
We're gonna mug some people! Ooh, press the phone button or tap the phone icon to access the phone. I mean, pause menu. My goodness. You can save lower check settings. You can, audio mensing. Okay. Sure. Look around for points of interest. That sounds great to me. I will take that. You'll earn credits. Credits, you say? Like the ones you used for gambling, I think. Y'all know I have an addiction for that. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. I'll keep that in mind next time I check my bank account. Let's take a look at what's going on. Not much, evidently. Except the fact that I need to just change that a little bit. That's still awfully loud. You know what? It's fine enough. We'll read this case file. Nope, it's a data pad.
A data pad? I'll bite.
I earned a credit! I am 1 credit richer. I'd like to thank my mom, and my dad, and Miyui Room. Nah, psych, no way I'm thanking her. I'd like to thank my mom again.
Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative in a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Oh, keep an eye out for articles!
I can read articles! I never do that in real life, I'll be honest. Speaking of flowery, we are using some quite flowery language, if you believe in my roundabout definition of flowery, in regards to these lines of dialogue. We are definitely going more visual novel, with emphasis on the novel, as opposed to something like Danganronpa from earlier, where they go more emphasis on visual, you know? Yeah, for insight around you and credit. Perfect. Articles are added to your phone's reading after you first read them. Okay. Choose the proper takeaway after reading. Okay. Sure. We'll get with that one. Oh my goodness. Do I have to read this? We'll just get the takeaways. It'll be alright. Let's see. Subway fixes Axe City to refocus on Canopy. Civil engineers' efforts will be refocused on maintenance. Okay. Relating to the Canopy. Most citizens don't care about the subways because it's been decades. Okay. Online, people just, like, they really don't care. They're like, oh, okay. If the subways are gone, I mean, it's been 14 years since I ever touched a subway. The sandwich, or the lines. So, you know. Anyway, they're, caring more about the investigations into a Councilman Long's campaign financial irregularities. Okay, so he's committing fraud. In relation to the Canopy. Okay. He's one of the Mr. Long, the councilman, is one of the backers. And he doesn't like it, so he's refocused towards the canopy. People in corporations are like a little choice for how they complete their morning commute. Okay, so they are all forced to use this canopy. What is the canopy? Do we know it? It's probably fine. Not all reactions in the news. Okay, sure. Rising start. Tech startup Subterra. And they're going to have personal submarine taxi bots. Momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. What are we? Broke? I got $1 to my name. That's a yes. One council member, mind-bogglingly wasteful. Okay. And also, I'm out of article readings. Okay.
Annoying of them putting a paywall there. So I reached for my wallet after having read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I get the gist of it. The takeaway is that the citizens will be focusing its efforts on the canopy.
My goodness. I have $2 now. I'm like the best. Like, maybe we don't even need to hold the trial. I got $2 worth of credibility. Clearly my word reigns superior. Right?
There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there'll be no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. And none of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters.
I'm glad we figured that part out. Let's inspect a table. No, that's a ceiling. That's not a table.
High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations, and extra credit. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook, it could teach freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles, the civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built, but walking in here now with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness.
Man, now I really am sad. Maybe it doesn't matter at all. Let's look at this.
An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe that they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dog? Did you know that during the dramatic information, blah, 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 poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. I wish I had the money. Got $3. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. My phone can do that? I do like that we're establishing all this in advance. That way I'm not scared when they say that the most dystopia thing that was ever out of the textbooks of the dystopian societies is currently occurring. Wait, didn't we already kind of establish that was happening? Let's take a look here. It's better than nothing. Well, better this than dead, right? Even though the chances of death are 98%. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably know the warranty on one of those things with a loud sneeze. It's like such a fanfare when I get a single credit. They really want you to they really want you to feel at home.
You know, it's like a casino. It's like, wow, big win! You won 3 times your $10. You now have $30. That's enough for 1 beer.
At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications.
Ooh, check in and information only, okay? If you're experiencing an emergency, oh, that's good to know, please use our universal contact number at a string not found. Well, could be worse. You mean you probably already know what the universal contact number is if you're here. There's no reason you know it otherwise, quite frankly.
Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and unofficial pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too.
I wonder if that'll be useful at any point later on. Hey, foreshadowing.
1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of... Oh my goodness, the name. Caduceus, sure, as a reward for any. Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in.
The desk!
It booted up fine, so far so good.
Good morning.
Morgan. Here for the public defender contract.
Could you please state your name at...
Great! Please stand still for a moment.
Oh boy. You can tell that we've at least done this about 20 times. Well, at least it's something.
I wouldn't call intake hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for.
I mean, look, it's kind of cute. It says desk in small letters right there. Yeah. It's about what I would draw if I was trying to draw a cute girl.
People don't mind a quirk or two in their text, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it?
Scan my card, scan my face. Is there an answer? I don't know, here's the card.
Say, why don't you scan my ID card? Great! Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking?
I mean, that's true, it's on the card. Like, can you tell me your date of birth? Sure, let me, like, check it. I'll read it off my card. I think your name is Desk, spelled D-E-S-K.
My birthday's on the ID card, and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem, my birthday's...
Help! Hey, excuse me, I'd like to check my phone real quick. Help me. Oh, good. I'm semi-smart. Talent can fall asleep in any position. Great, hopefully that's not foreshadowing for later. Yeah, I am glad I figured this out. I would hate to be one of the airheads who randomly chooses October 25th and gets it wrong. So it'd be really curious if I did figure out what happened. Now I'm a little scared. Desk here is scary. She's staring into my soul, and I don't like that. December 26th.
December 26th. Perfect! Good morning, Morgan, counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival, and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak with your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion.
A nice name, Desk. Yeah. I feel really sorry for her parents.
My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. It doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection, totally wrapped across gunmetal walls. Morgan, counselor, can I help you with anything else?
I'm here, welcome in. So the stream, I can't believe you're actually playing a well-written detective game. Well, as a writer, I do enjoy good writing, let me tell you. Oh, boy. This very much goes more into the novel part of visual novel, though. We are more into that whole world-building sense, and something like a Danganronpa, which I will keep using as my example until it goes stale. It is 20 times more direct. Here, you kind of figure it out through, oh, everything's bad, so everything else must be bad, sort of reasoning.
Morgan, counselor, can I help you with anything else?
Oh, choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Okay. Choices that take the conversation down side paths before returning to this point will not. Okay, because the article you read earlier, you unlocked additional choice. Wow! I'm glad I have read an article. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. Great. What are you? Desk. We've established that already. Let's talk about the disrepair though, because, you know, I might as well. Oh, I need more world building, and I need to know if there's been mass homicides or fraud or missing persons cases. Can't go still, it's already spoiled. Oh. I mean, you know, anything that's been there for 7 years. But hey, it's the first time I'm seeing it, right?
I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations.
Since when? The 60s? Just like to note that that refers to 2026, by the way. About 34 years in the future. Well, I don't feel old from that statement, so I'm gonna take that as a win!
It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated.
It might as well be the 60s, my goodness.
They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work.
Yeah, sure it hasn't. Does anyone care? I think that's the better question. I mean, look around us. That's quite frankly the only thing we should really know or be asking. Especially with my 6 credits to my name.
Well, that's all that matters, right?
Anyway, what are you?
What are you? I'm a smart user interface. Which kind of stands for SUI, and I kind of like that. I think that's cute. Too bad my name is Desk. Proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I can send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link about information about our subscription packages?
I got 6 credits to my name. No way I can afford a month's worth. I don't even think I can afford the free trial.
No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. Huh? That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office, through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you can go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan, counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in?
Why did the music cut? Like, are we getting a demonstration of how to press somebody? Like, my goodness. Factually, she was on break. My goodness. I think that might be exactly what's happening. Alright, good on you, game.
You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right, thank you. Nans don't get breaks. And they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway.
I don't think that's pressing. I think that's just depression. Hey, it's in the name though. We'll take it.
Faint voice. Oh boy.
Male or female?
Has gone bad or something? A voice. No, voice is coming down the hall.
Compared to yours, probably.
Thank goodness I stopped for directions. Building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One sound sounds older, roughly, and decidedly low energy.
Appreciate you worrying about me.
Hi, Leo. Welcome in. Welcome in. So we're actually going to get to the detective part of the game. Or lawyer, court case stuff. What are we doing here again? Besides depression and achieving money. What's this game about? I'm a lawyer. And there's a 98% conviction rate, so good luck me. Yeah, I have to detective and ace attorney my way to victory.
Forbid you try to be serious.
While the other rings with useful indignation.
Defense attorneying, yeah, exactly.
It's not like our job is important or anything.
You're gonna change profession? You're lighter than a lawyer. You think I'm a lawyer? I'm still a writer. I'm a writer who knows nothing about law.
Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex.
Because why else would you bother to print all that out? One document or 100. Looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that.
Big brother in my dystopian world? No way.
So, how many of these sheets were blank then?
Oh.
That's a girl.
No red carpet tonight, officers?
Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway.
Yeah. You just refer to desk as the desk. My goodness, officers these days. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am Morgan, Esquire. Pleased to meet you.
Same here, counselor. Quasim London. And the ball of sunshine is my partner, Farrah Rays.
Oh, great. You know what? At least we have colorful characters in design alone. I would love to say something here on this, but there isn't much to say. We're going very slowly. We're going slowly, but we're going wide, you know? It's telling us all we need to know. Hold on. You guys know that analogy, right? There we go. Time to demonstrate the analogy, right? So if we got a road here, right? And, you know, it rains, and so there's puddles on the road and stuff, right? And so we can look at it from a side view, right? Most puddles will just be, you know, pretty surface level. Some puddles, they're very deep. But usually the ones that are deep are a lot smaller, right? So you can have wide or the U, right? I think with the puddles symbolizing information regarding how the game works, I think we're going to get a puddle that's shaped like that. It's wide, big in some areas, but not as big in others. That's what I'm thinking. I don't understand much, but I understand pain. Yep. So right now it's we're starting from the top down, right? It's casting out its net. So we're getting this area first, which will then lead into more niche, deeper, complex topics. It's like eyes crying. Vroom vroom. Vroom 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 vroom. Now it can't look like eyes. There's a car there, obviously. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Ball of sunshine. She certainly is. Huh?
Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night.
It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarettes.
Car animations. We run a very high budget here at the Niro channel.
Cigarette, like tobacco. What are you, 80?
At least I'm not 80. Did you know you forgot to go for this food? Great. Ugh. Sorry, I actually do need to account for those. Thank you for actually reminding me. Don't worry, we'll get to those in just a second. Let me go back to the road here. Okay, you know that a lot of times roads have sewer grates, right? That is the selection feature. I can break apart the road if I wanted to. Yes, they got the sewer grates here, you know? Once we get to the sewer grates, right? We have all this water collected down low. It's big, it's deep, but it's real low. So we kind of have to, here, let me draw a little hand here. And I have to take our grubby little hand over. And then stick it down through the sewer grate in order to reach down into the depths of the water to pull that out. And those will be for something later, I'm sure. Probably the main overarching storyline. Because I'm going to assume this game has one, right? We're not just going to get chapter-based plots. Well, we're going to get chapter-based plots, but I think they're all going to revolve into one overarching storyline. So I assume, at least. From the way this is being set up and from what I saw in the Steam description.
She can't be any more than a few years younger than me.
We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight, we're also your humble guide to the Illustrious Homicide Department. Apologize in advance for any cobwebs.
Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. He never struck me as more than some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself, in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted? Maybe. 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. My goodness, 2 detectives in my dystopian society? Surprised it ain't just robots. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene.
No. We're not nearly that timely. Uniforms respond to the emergency calls within a few minutes.
Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything?
Mrs. Iron Shirt. To be fair, I'm seeing very few wrinkles in any of these people's shirts. Or dresses. I guess that's a corset. I know my terms.
She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation.
Our ongoing investigation? Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So, you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity?
My goodness! A separate criminal activity? Like the type that you'd have to reach down the sewer grate in order to splash your hand around in the sewer water. I don't recommend doing that, by the way. Not in real life, at least.
Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, considering this a little professional courtesy, fair warning, yeah. That's the heartbreak killer in that room.
Heartbreak killer? What's that mean?
Huh? And we've got the guy dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass through this storm onto some other night owl and go back to bed.
It's not recommended. Your hand get all covered in disease water. Still sewage grates. Have you tried drinking that stuff? Would not recommend. Not a bit.
I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment.
I think that struck a nerve with one of them. And the other, yeah, he couldn't care less.
So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer.
Quite frankly, I don't know anything either. But I'll just pretend to be surprised.
My goodness, she doesn't know anything. So I recommend him a nice fellow who wore a lot of white makeup. Yeah, I hear a lot of people do it. Usually when they're just clowning around, but it's a fun activity for both the old and the new people.
They cover utilities at the rock you live under. Is there a problem?
You're seriously not familiar with HK?
Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, and their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net.
Who are yellow and permeable? It's usually recommended. At least to not get your feetsies covered in the water. You don't know what's living in that.
Everyone's indulging in the exact same kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. When it comes to the cops, I've always got better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off?
You must have at least heard about his M.O. Media's gone crazy by that.
Along with everyone else.
One bullet, straight through the heart. But he looked alive where it falls.
Hence the name Heartbreak.
No, we are literally just adding terms. Oh, and this dude. Okay. Likes killing. Dislikes getting caught. Favorite color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Well, that's useful info. I can't wait for the trial. I was gonna say class trial, wrong game.
For them to be like, Miss Morgan, what's his favorite color? And then they go, I don't know, probably red. My goodness, he can't be the murderer after all. The murderer was wearing purple at this scene.
Anyway, we do have a bunch of random terms here. I was gonna click here. I don't want to read those though, so I won't bother.
Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality.
What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun.
How do we know this?
Without even needing to reload.
How do we know this?
Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it?
That's what you're concerned about? It's not about how these guys just know. It's like, oh, I got my binoculars out. Like, oh yeah, That's the same gun. I know those bullet marks were anywhere. He's never reloaded that thing in his lifetime. Back to you, falls in the sewer. Yeah, paper boats are pretty nice. Pretty helpful. They're really good for praying tricks. You know, incentivizing the masses to come join you. More friends equals more fun, you know?
Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that,
It's a whole different beast.
takes a certain kind of monster. A real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see.
Ooh, sounds horrific agrees with them. Sounds robotic agrees with the dystopian society. And I like dystopian society. Though they did say playing dumb works better, which would be the other option too. How hard do I have to think? Like, I can think pretty hard if I need to. Like, how hard do I have to think? Nah, I'll figure that part out. Surely the game in its tutorial chapter will tell me exactly how hard my little brain must think.
You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam.
Good, I played into the dumbness. Whew. That was so intentional, wasn't it? Maybe I am dumb.
Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky.
I thought we were playing dumb here, Morgan.
I guess they're all firing blanks.
Fair enough. Machines can kill. They have been for decades. But they don't commit murder.
I think.
Right.
Evil like heartbreak is all organic.
That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news.
I think she's lying. No way.
How I managed to miss 6 murders.
Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5.
Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the dude red-handed.
There we go.
So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. And I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? If I was being literal, counselor. Huh? Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood.
Hey, could just be a bad CPR. We can't rule this out yet, okay?
Well, that's not good, is it?
That's scary. I don't like... It's all scary, my goodness. I don't like that. I mean, look at that. You show me this? Yeah. This scene is part of why I wanted to play this game, okay? That is pretty cool. That's paint. Yeah, it's just paint that's covering me. I'm trying to fit that one. Score for below on my sense? I don't know, man. Gotta keep the blood pumping somehow. Heart ain't doing it anymore. Oh, boy.
What you say certainly sounds compelling.
But look, we got reasonable doubt, okay? Somewhat, at least. As of current time with the very, very small amount of evidence we have.
Yeah. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders?
It's all there in the discovery files. In the ARCs, of course. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need.
I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over.
Do I have to read it? I'm bad at that. I say playing a visual novel, emphasis on the novel. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here? What kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? I forgot to send my work. Okay. Sending your work is very important. So is reading it, too. Oh, I forgot to... Thanks for reminding me. Now I'll be in despair. This kind of attorney, you're just that pleasant. She is not amused.
Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right?
Whatever, let your client stew in interrogation all night for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? My goodness. Hold on. I know what I'm looking at here when I see these two lines. My goodness. Even this setup, you know? This whole thing, I know what I'm looking at. This is your classic, we need to move to here. So we need to get to it from here. Right. Yeah. How do I say that? You know, like when you're doing a conversation, you're in one and you just keep talking about nonsense for a while, you know, and then you're like, well, I kind of want to talk about this other thing, right? You know, it's been on my mind and I kind of have to get there. And so you quick pivot over. It's like, yeah, speaking of chocolate, have you seen the World Cup? You know, that sort of thing. And it's like, what? How does that have to do with that? You know, of course they hit it better than that, but you get my point. You can see all that here. You know. We go real quick into, from going, talk to the detectives. We're going to be here for a while. Oh, by the way, our guy is in interrogation, right? And we can add in the counseling quarters there to act dumb a little bit. No, we still get a little bit relating from interrogation to interrogate here. Duh. He's blabbering. I like blabbering. Let me do it. I'm a writer still. Let me look at it. I see a thing I like and I want to tell you all about it. I'm like a kindergartner who drew like a little stick figure of their parents and is showing it around to every person they know.
And it's like, look, my mom liked this. I drew it. Look, this is her. This is my dad. This is my mom again. And this is the monster under my bed. His name is Bob.
It's like that. Anyway, I'll stop now.
We're at your disposal, counselor.
And so from that case, I'm back to it immediately. Yes, from that case, we are simply just telling our viewer, reader, whatever, what exactly we're looking forward to. We need to interrogate the detectives and interrogate the interrogatee. You know, the actual suspect for this case. What if I look at, like, right here? Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Ray's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. I don't care about back to thing. But that's the reason I play it. You can't. It's like going into an art museum and not expecting to do some art, you know? At least learn a little bit. Is she so new that she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Huh? Both, maybe. And I assume this is the other one's desk? You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or just really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid side. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. See how lovely. I can read this thing. Oh, great. I have to actually read. Something. Whoa! A stunning 3%. Dude, I've made more than 3% today, okay? My goodness. Now, first generation androids just feature over 50% organic components. Interesting. Though they're also impractical due to increased maintenance costs. Literally medical. Okay. Great. Yeah. 2016's point to break profitability records. How absolutely lovely. You don't go into an art museum to draw art, you go to look at art. My goodness, have you never been into an art museum before? Literally the only people you really get there are artists. Because they go in to observe and to draw. They literally have seats there for that one purpose. Keep trying to click on the hyperlinks. You're not even hyperlinks. Master himself? No art museums in my city. Yeah. Honestly, probably for the best. But you can go to one whenever you go somewhere else. There's plenty of them. Plenty. He's in the news again. It's no wonder. I can't spit without it landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know what to buy when it comes to war androids, though. For government use, they're just too expensive. It's too expensive to justify. Wait, oh. Never mind. Too bad. I don't take care of price. Why do chips appear? That's how much money I have. It's credits for creditability. Credibility, yeah. I'm really bad at the... Wait, is this shopping? Customized phone. Sweet! I have no store credit. Man. Sad. Because we love gambling! Exactly! Wait, what am I thinking? No state's ever had a problem with spending money on overpriced junk. Oh well, I'll observe. Loose wires, missing panels, and an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look bad, huh? I expect to find a lot of belt tightening at this homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. Give us 8 chips and double them. Sweet, double or nothing, you know. Ooh, I have all that stuff just at the top of my screen. Oh, it's 10 now! My goodness. Double or nothing. Whenever I get out of my job and can go to the casino. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Yes, the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy. What with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. What if your wheels don't squeak and you don't get your palms greased? So homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. Dumping grounds to the police force's most unambitious and least popular. At least they get paid, right? But, I mean, quite honestly, we know that. Paint time again. Here's paint. We are still going here, in this region, because this region accounts for dystopian society. Then we'll get down to the deeper bits of the puddle. Because that'll go with more detective and what's actually happening in there. Like, we know it's dystopian. Here's why it's dystopian. Here's actually why it is. Here's all the bad things you don't want to know. All the way down into the depths of the sewer. You following? I hope so. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding the case Gale 433511. Put it upside down. It does not spell Leon. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent.
Hands are usually more polite.
Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. She has been called out, my goodness.
So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian.
You need to reply C.
See.
It's case sensitive.
See.
Thank you. Here's the link. That is called the writers kind of get bored and just kind of want to have a little fun. Look at that.
Alright.
Well, I wouldn't say bored is the right term for that. That doesn't feel like a bored moment, really. How much include the link? I don't know. I'm kind of curious myself. Yes, that doesn't feel like a bored moment. That feels like, we kind of want to joke around a little bit. We're playing dumb, let's be dumb. You know? So, they're playing. They're not bored, but they are playing. What happened? Because this is the future. It is a long time in the future.
Alright, if I've checked my phone.
Huh? Oh. That is a thing that exists. Okay. Huh. That's quite something. In the future, then it will work. You'd have to try that in the future, though.
Alright, let's see what the police have. And what... Let's see what the police have and what they think is important.
Usually I'm used to those dashes being cutoffs. Let's see here. I mean, obviously the body right in front of us, that is pretty important, I think.
The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class, I don't know how those things work. I guess that's 6, whatever. Blood loss, atrium and aorta, single gunshot wound to the heart and breathe. Death was instantaneous, no injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired.
This was Danganronpa. We would have spent 30 minutes figuring that out. Nothing. Disappointing. Oh. Hey, at least you tried your best. I didn't do that. I didn't Google the link.
The murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. It looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the thing. But they found her fingerprints belonging to my client. So, he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. I see. At least decently see. Here, let me help you guys out a little bit. That'll work. We just had no bullets. In 6 casings? I don't believe that. This isn't Danganronpa. You take it as a fact. A stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess.
Alright, sure. Is this a knocked over vase? Seems like it.
Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point, and yet there's not a scratch on it. Must have been pretty durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. All that high-ticket items. That's all the high-ticket... I have a high ticket. It's my parking. I parked in the wrong place. Anyway, what about the security? With all these high-ticket items. Looks like the apartment was unlocked at night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry. Only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's much else flagged here.
Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Flagged as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment. I guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. That could be important later. Okay, I say that could be important later. Look, it's a detective game. They take Chekhov's gun like it is Chekhov's law. That thing's gonna be just as important as you think it's gonna be, which is very. Okay, that's everything the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? No, I'm just gonna make sure. Did I miss anything? That, apparently. This game has red herrings. Quite honestly, it could. I won't know yet, though. I know there's a thing here. That's, curious. Something in the victim's hand. How did that... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters. NSAIDs and... Triprexazone. A synthetic glucorrhioid medicine. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her talk screen was clear, but it's not like that matters. She clearly swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city, and it wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker's everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Detective investigation of what carrying games, but this one actually is good ones. Good. I would appreciate if it did. Nothing that points toward anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less. But not much more. That's good to know. Scary to note, though. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who is messaging me at this time of night? Yeah, I gotta check my phone. First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Currently texting with a brat. Well, that tells me just about everything I need to know. Look, we gotta relate her relationship to this brat. Yeah, okay. Right. What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course! I got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Law, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been given my check. You're a detective or a lawyer? In this society, you gotta be both. This is something different. Got a thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and vision scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. That's even a whole different kind of law. Not... Man, I really should just write this. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps. Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomachache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or something. Sounds like you've already got a really strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. I'm surprised she's even continuing. Like, I would've just put the phone on silent. See? Yeah. Is that your mugshot? Who's not gonna get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction? Glad you found a use case. At least the brat isn't in jail. Ha 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 ha. Yet. But I'm working right now, so anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Yeah, I personally feel that line of reasoning we have going here. We really have this. The writer went, how in the world do I make this person more of a brat? Homicide, cool thing. What if we just 180 flip it? Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Obviously, it's still cool, though. Is that, like, HBK? Is that your kind of the morbid thing your kids... I don't care even anymore. You little brat. Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corporate thing in the headlines. Old-fashioned murders like RDB, like... quaint. Who's HBK? Heartbreaker Killer, aka my client. I gotta defend that person. It's not heartbreak. This is a clear lie. Then why do you take out the job? LOL, LOL, laugh out loud, ROFL. You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You're taking up lost cause, pro bono's work. It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. Can we get off the phone already? Like, is this my kid? I raised him so poorly. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing. LOL, ROFL, blah 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 blah. Haha. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's up with the Carpe Diem? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Way to break it to the poor brat. The brat will live through the full game. Wait until chapter 4. Brat gets kidnapped. Wait, we're trying to, have like a full bonding moment. It might even be earlier knowing this game. I say knowing this game. I've known it for an hour 15. But hey, my read's halfway decent on these types of things. Repeat offenders may be good for business. And that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I'd take it. And just your typical teenage drama. No practice chapter 4 victim. Did I say illness? Yeah, we'll go with that. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Let's, because I read the thing. To protect Switch as well. Only when this one dies. Heartbreak, I tell you. Literal kind. Well, no, I guess not literal, is it? Let's talk about androids. By the way, I couldn't help but notice you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Are you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around.
There aren't many androids in a police station this week. Not while the brash is renegotiating contracts.
Contracts with Noble?
Good guess.
Hardly. They're the biggest... Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Couldn't spend all day in City Center without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here.
Man, we are going full into the dumb.
And maybe not full, but quite into the dumb.
We're a quaint little dummy. Saves us money on shipping, at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for noble ads by the end of the month.
Even with Noble pushing those warm androids?
Ugh.
Warm. Yeah. Might as well call it the adult line.
Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet.
Yet, really? Any day now. Yet really sounds more dumb. I want to be dumb. Yet? You really think that'll happen?
We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me.
I missed 30 minutes. What happened? We talked to a brat. We investigated a crime scene. Maybe you were there for that. I don't know. I don't know what happened 30 minutes ago. I was too busy talking to the brat. Teenage drama, I think. Other than that, not too much. Puddles. Gotta love those. My puddle analogy.
You're joking, right? Android detectives. With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us. With your warm personality, I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, and you're gonna be put in a bad mood. And a hat knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting things that'll get you put on a list.
Actually knowing this game, please. I'm gonna sidekick, sweet! Can't wait to... Actually? I don't know. I got nothing, do I, huh? Weird.
Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too.
The union would... The police union wouldn't let that happen.
She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Anyway, let's talk about details. Yeah. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Spoil. Please, thank you. Appreciate it.
Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m.
Using his middle name already. I really do think he's a serial killer.
And the charge being first-degree murder of his girlfriend, Miss Diane Dawn.
First degree, that's
Increasingly rare.
to say the least.
It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here.
Passion girlfriend, ooh. City's got near enough cameras for an entire city's population.
So you gotta be really, really stupid to try to get away with murder.
Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him?
5 times, and that makes him insane.
I was gonna go with extraordinary.
I agree, Mr. London. I like London better than this one. Might as well call her Brat, too. Let's split the difference and just say he's extraordinarily insane. Wahaha. But nut jobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? I'm a little curious about that one. If it's a fact, then how are we gonna go with that? We're jumping to conclusions, Rays. Warm-up?
5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing.
So this serial killer chose his victims at random? If they have nothing in common... Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that, they all look like cousins. Huh? Curious, elaborate.
The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight.
Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. 17 credits, I tell you! Let's go gambling!
HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You're really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance?
A young woman. Brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint.
So, you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly that he went out and shot 5 other women first?
Hey, the shoe fits.
If the shoe fits...
Then you put the shoe on the...
Huh?
What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences.
I don't know. His favorite casino game? I'll be honest. I'm a roulette fan. Just gotta love the dink of the ball as he runs across the wood. I like betting on red and I like betting on 14. Poker table counts? Sure does, buddy. Good answer. Good answer.
Drifters, loners, strangers, workers.
He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on those other similar women.
Or he's just gone so far that he can't tell the difference anymore.
It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice ones, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. You ask me? Okay, we got part of a plot. Yeah. The only thing I can do is compare that to Doki Doki. Anyway, let's talk about the timeline. Favorite anime avoid situation. Yeah, great idea. Man, I do love myself some Bochi the Rock. I know, stark difference.
I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy. But do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events?
Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we managed, thanks to less biased sources.
It's 2 tens. What should I do in blackjack? Hold, man. You better hold.
And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements.
So they interviewed witnesses.
And it's probably Hunter x Hunter. Not a bad one. Not a bad one at all. Well, I've never seen it. But I know enough about it to know it's not bad.
Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another, starting around 8 p.m.
Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us about the Happy Custle's domestic problems.
Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks.
As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. But things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot.
The scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty sure about that time.
Right. Emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming.
Officers arrived on the scene at 9:08 p.m., established a perimeter, interviewed the open door at 9:10 p.m., and then they find your client, crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. Okay, so my CPR thing was a little bad. Took a magic, a great choice, man. 2 tens. Obviously, I didn't know for an ace. No. Let me with the hangman. I could probably get that. No.
At which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand, singular?
Your client's modded. Cybernetic right arm.
How modded are we talking here? Registered with a Hound 85 habilis. Industrial grade, looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation up to class 4 KPA, which means a mineral grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth.
Man, I love the emphasis we got here. Like every single time. I mean, look at that. Look at that type of thing. No music. Oh, I love it. I love this thing. Doing pretty good here, I must say.
Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable?
Yes. Another time, 3 of a kind, I win. R.I.P.
I actually thought the same thing the first time we met.
You what?
But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. We can't work without it. You can't work without it when he gets sight.
The arguing?
Yeah.
When did he put his arm in for repairs?
8 days before HK's first victim was killed.
Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence.
Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan of his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's.
Loves. Revolver. What kind?
The old kind. The real old kind.
More specifically, a Calver M54, 6-chamber, 10mm. Calver? How retro?
You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical fire and pin.
Man, I feel old now.
And no tags.
No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here?
Yeah. 24/7 location data, timestamp, trigger pulls, safeties coded to owner biometrics. The past 3 decades, tags made shooting crimes very unambiguous.
So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? How else do you think he got away with this 5 other times?
Fair enough.
If he tried to buy a gun legit, he probably failed the very first psych check. Even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. Ugh. So then, M54, that's
Model year 2054.
a 30-year-old gun.
I don't feel so old anymore. Hey, that's still in the future. We're a lot of evidence we're collecting here. For what point, I'm trying to figure that out myself.
Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? Doink.
In some ways, sure. But breed-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets.
The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too.
The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna be good for him. Gonna put him away for good.
Huh? Archive department complained loud as can be about how deep they had to dig. With the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with.
Great. This Uno, how'd you get those cards? Man, you guys are gambling with Uno now? How the times have changed. You guys even know what old maid is?
Rifling marks?
Bullets fired from the guns that old are marked by the barrel shape.
So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks,
We know that they were all fired by the same gun.
I'm looking at the 3 cards of the maze that were from Uno. Lucky indeed. My goodness, you should be playing poker instead.
It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. But if that's not enough evidence, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber.
Without even needing to reload.
The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that.
That's my job. You can't tell me what I can or can't do.
An untagged gun, just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize, then, you believe my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved this weapon and shot her?
Yeah, pretty much.
How did he look when the officers found him?
Guilty.
How was his effect?
Quiet, detached, stiff.
Not exactly the picture of a greeting partner.
Huh. That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways.
Little question here. You can answer this if you want. I don't think it'll be too spoilery. We're a defense lawyer, right? Which means all we have to do is prove that it's not our client, right? In a lot of other detective-y sort of things, even Ace Attorney, you figure out who the client, or who the murderer is, who actually did it. So we become both prosecution and defense, right? So, how's it work here? Do we have to figure out who done it, or are we just saying, it ain't my culprit? It ain't my guy. I guess I wouldn't be culprit, is it?
And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve.
Anyway, let's talk about that heartbreak we were just into.
Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done quite an admirable job keeping the details of HK's crime a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story.
Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read.
It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened.
It's not our problem, that's the detectives. Good, my goodness. I'm glad. You know, your client this time, and eventually in the next chapter you find the actual culprit. Maybe. But hey, like we just said, it ain't my problem. I'm just trying to say that my client is innocent. I'm glad, actually. We need more detective games like that. Or even just thinking games like that.
The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks.
Can you really blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with...
We know what he's gotten away with.
Take a look around us, Detective. National DNA registries robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street and a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at an all-time highs.
But you gonna spout some alt-pol stuff about invasion of privacy?
It seems that in every chapter you find the culprit. Great. Maybe. We'll see how they do it. If they do it fine, then I don't complain.
No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along...
Good point.
London's trying to look like he...
Off topic question, but what time do you usually stream? It's a little late today. So, I guess 1.5 to 2.5 hours ago. That time. Whatever time zone it would be for you.
But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable.
That scares me.
Yeah, well,
Even though there's nothing standard about HK, the department SOP still dictates we star the media for case details. Surprise time every time, yeah. Look, I get busy, alright. I stream when I'm able.
That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get.
But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information on us to leak in the first place. And why's that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. How intriguing. How is that even possible? I know there are some rough areas on lower wards, but optics is watching every other street in the entire city. Our life gets busy. Ugh. You bet. I was surprised I even got to stream today. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did?
I understand your concern, ma'am, but optics is only what it says in its name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt.
It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this wouldn't care about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions.
It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict.
I see. I mean, from rudimentary evidence, chapter 0, duh. What's on the culprit? I don't believe that one. Yeah, I think we have enough evidence here or rudimentary evidence that I believe it's not, my culprit is not the killer. Would they do that for chapter 1? No. We're a defense attorney. Of course we're gonna go through it's not even chapter 1, it's chapter 0, who am I kidding? I see. But these windows of opportunity are small, in short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved with law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop. They wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing. That just leaves city planning. So, does he work construction for the city?
HK has only ever struck at times in locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck. Devil! My goodness.
It's interesting that it is capitalized here. Curious.
It can't possibly be coincidence.
Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed, yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Ugh. Well, about that DNA from the other crime scene, was my client a match?
There's been no blood and no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes.
Maybe he was wearing a hazmat suit. It's nothing but magic toilet paper. And no footage, and no forensics. It's not the magic toilet paper. No, I'm sorry. The magic toilet paper.
There's no way the magic toilet paper could have done it.
Also, no motives, tampering, or witnesses.
My goodness, a game that mentions motives? This is better than Danganronpa.
It's been like hunting a ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon.
Until now. So how about there wouldn't be DNA? They already said it had to have been flesh and blood. Though, quite frankly, we don't have really enough evidence as to why. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue.
Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all the technical work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along.
Yeah, no chance I believe in that.
So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight?
Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects.
Wow, I'm really dumb today.
Hahaha, good doink.
We questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to 1 or 2 unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough to work with there.
In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have, to link my client and those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks to the chat detectives, I think I understand the background well enough. Now, candidly, I see the same strokes you did, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think?
Hey, it's only our job to catch the man. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt.
Oh, is that true? I just love to think of that. You know, everybody here knows that ain't the truth.
See, you even have the music cut to tell you that that's exactly what's going through the writer's head.
And why is that?
Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. And I scratch everything I just said.
This is why we had that.
Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry. You're now telling me that he wrote a confession. Has it been verified?
Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line.
Why bother? I don't cut her in his fingerprints.
There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading.
No, don't worry. I'm playing a video game.
I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself.
Yeah, I can read this.
Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean it to at first. But I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me.
That's not direct. I'll take a non-direct confession. Hey, better than nothing.
That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact.
Well, got a spin on that?
No need.
But it's a confession.
Not a confession that he signed, though, is it?
Not yet.
And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation.
Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer, and got you. Guess you're both lucky.
Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now.
This is practically the only lawyer left in the city. With the garden gnomes, I know, right? How horrible. He's got to take responsibility for his actions and buying new ones.
So if you don't mind, I'd like to go in and speak with my client. What? What?
He's not still handcuffed in there, is he?
Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well.
It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger.
He's killed 6 women. Morgan don't look a thing like the people who died.
And none of them were redheads.
My goodness, maybe I should write it.
Huh. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind.
Ha.
Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching from the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on.
Not worried about me? How chivalrous. I thought chivalry was dead.
Yeah, my armor's practically blinding.
Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. Hey, she knows how to do it. Maybe she's smart and good for something.
Counselor, just one last word of advice. Any interest in his well-being, I suggest that you help him sign that confession.
Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't for show, detective.
I mean it.
Inside, she is annoyed.
6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad.
That's a face of, yeah, I know that's what you're thinking. But that ain't my job now, is it?
That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's
Being challenged before the Supreme Court.
yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe.
They don't plan to do anything about that.
Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right?
Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. Saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful toward the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. Ooh, 3:35 a.m. A door. Oh, is that my client? So it does seem. He looks worse for wear. Probably because he is. His girlfriend just died right in front of him. It's depressing in here. They need to liven this place up.
That ain't her job, though.
Ugh. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night.
What are you? Look, I already told you people, I didn't...
I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you.
Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there and here. Kept repeating the whole ride over. They said that they were gonna help me. That they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could've,
I feel sorry for the man. It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like to try and answer a few questions.
The police already.
Question you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client.
Okay. So, what do you want from me?
Let's, Look, man. He in a bad mood. He in a real bad mood. Let's break the ice just a tad. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in?
I'm with city engineering. Or I was, or I should be.
As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work.
My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And,
No, buddy, it's okay. I have a mouse, so I can pat you on the head now. Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So, what do I know? Works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. Based on his shoulder, it should have to be pretty utilitarian or lifelike. This is an important thing, isn't it? I can't be dumb anymore. Okay. There's Mon for work. That arm based on his shoulder. Lifelike. Yeah, we'll go with it. Lifelike, perhaps. No, I didn't think that one, but sure, we'll go with that. Maybe I should have gone the other way. We saw a picture of it, didn't we? I'm thinking the wrong ways. Danganronpa's got me all in a bind. Lifelike, perhaps, with a fake skin and faux hair and simulated blood flow. As if I've seen his apartment. He's not that kind of spender. So he said... I'm a dumb man, aren't I? No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother went into mod.
Really?
Really? I don't even have a brother. My goodness. He had everything planned out, a whole career path, a promotion, bonuses, and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate.
That's horrible.
I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye. Test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, it got canned, and now me and every other modder were in the can, too. Ugh, can't even let me keep the tax credit.
The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment.
I worked the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments. Mostly canopy upkeep.
Oh, we're tying it together, man. I mean, given we assumed that it would all go together, but I like how indirect it is. It's one of my favorite things, actually. My whole basis of my writing. I'd really like indirectness.
Typical stuff for modders, you know.
He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back at him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here and there can still make a difference. You work in the canopy? You must be strong to the heights. Under a lot of pressure. Oh, because we read the thing and there's already bloating and everything. Strong, good with heights. Nah, it's blue. I'm curious. You must... I don't think it's kind of good, but hey, I might as well try. You know, throw something at the wall, see what sticks, and then go with what sticks later on, right? Every rider's different, I'll have you know. You must be under a lot of pressure, now that the subways are cordoned off.
Oh, that's right. And this stuff with long... once the word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs are gonna come knocking at their wrist place as much of a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving,
and no room for engineering.
Yeah. And no patience for messes.
He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. What do you mean? He's looking right at it. Yeah. It goes in a line. Except we take it from... Okay, paint time. We, what do we use here? Line, right? Timeline. But here takes from back there, and here takes from over here, and maybe this place takes from here, and over here, you know, and, even further down... Get better. Yeah, whatever. Even further down the line, you know, this comes from this era. Yeah. It's a whole intertangled web of things. Do have to love it. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos?
Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights.
Rejection? Did the therapy not take?
It's not like that. I wasn't using bliss out of my sockets or anything.
Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars?
Not the way you're thinking.
Huh?
I'm right-handed.
That's that arm. It's almost like a functioning story. My goodness. No way. Just a bunch of arrows. Yeah. All these things connect to all these other things. My goodness. Yeah. I'll clear some space. It'll be fine. Yeah, that's... I have the eraser selected. Come on. Whatever. Just white it. White it out, yo. Make space. I'll show you how Danganronpa's like. It is an important distinction, I should know. Now I understand. Yeah. Danganronpa timeline. Here. Danganronpa goes more like this. Actually, it should go more like here. Draw a line for class trial. Looks like that. That's how it looks. This is the of the devil, and this one's Danganronpa. Here, I'll section off Kaito. There you go. Kaito purple. So everything here matches with the class trial, and then the class trial has maybe some things that go back to the end point here. You know, you could add a few more of those if you like. But the main thing is that we're all going to this class trial point. Here, everything's going backwards. Forwards, backwards. And then maybe we can, you know, take off some of those arrows to go forwards later. I assume, is what we're looking at. Anyway, let's go back to Mr. Right-Handed Flat. So the cuts on his face are just from shaving?
Never thought this go on so long I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said, an easy fix.
But the problem got bigger.
Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed on the back of the line.
Where did you turn it in?
Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list. You wouldn't.
It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer.
Oh, chicken burrito, nice.
Of course not. They found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait lines. As long as I'm renting and not owning.
The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance.
And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I got 2 working arms again.
You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime?
I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they got exclusivity contracts with Indy all locked up, white-knuckle tight.
Hindi? How Industries?
Is this a Hindi game? It's dumb, but I do like the acronyms, or the shortenings there. World building.
As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models.
If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, I get the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work in this city again. And this was last quarter, maybe I would have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out now that Long's in deep water.
You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain?
Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything.
I see. The pieces I say. And they're coming together, aren't they? They're coming together, aren't they? Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Paint. It's like that one goes back to here. You know what I'm saying. You get it. I like that type of thing. Arm shaped attached to me.
And didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like that?
What credits do you have? 18. Hey, I can buy a lotto ticket. That's enough.
What they gave me was dead weight, 3-jointed landvole bait. Piece of junk. Sorry, it's a very bad feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on.
Templeton without gambling. That's the poor man's way of doing it.
It fits, it's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend. Quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead.
So, were you wearing it when?
We'll just go with you were arrested. Let's not bring up the point of hardship for the man.
Were you wearing it while you were arrested?
No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gone too far.
So, Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question he didn't have a right.
I see.
No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up, about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part.
I don't get that, and I don't like that.
Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other?
Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way.
Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud.
Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture.
It always takes them a few tries to get used to saying past tense.
It's a curious note, and I don't know whether that's just writers, licensure, or if that is true. Perhaps I just haven't done enough research on that, but it's curious anyway.
Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunting. You believe that? Practically headhunting. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, and like...
I think it's true. Diane's dead. Yeah. You know, dead, of course, but... I don't know. Something that shocking usually hits you right in the core, doesn't it? So I've seen from my own personal experience, at least. And I don't feel like I need to elaborate.
Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, and like... It was a real bad job. Paid real bad money, too.
So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired?
Pedigree? No, Perigee Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. Whole setup's under Arco's umbrella.
That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporations grows 1/3 of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harbo is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that. They had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job?
Yeah, they loved having her there.
She never mentioned arguments or disputes? Corporate politics getting rough?
I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. And I never got the impression that she was... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would have deserved. What happened to her?
It's a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. With no other suspects, I just can't reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I have to disprove their argument entirely.
Well, that's the job of a defense attorney, ain't it?
Huh?
Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful.
It was?
Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Start with the beginning. Take your time. The details are important.
Alright, Miss,
Morgan.
I'll try, Morgan.
When you're ready.
We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I hadn't been working. Haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. And I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over money.
The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.
8? Yeah. Must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really shouldn't have. Crossed the line, we both knew it, so I left.
You left?
Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid. Thick like mud. And while I was waiting out the time, Diane was...
Did you bring your phone with you, or any other electronics?
No. I just kind of stormed off, didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me.
With optics down, traffic and street-level cameras won't help him. That leaves. Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit?
No, not even a vending machine.
Not even a vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky?
Oh, it's okay. Give him some head pats, too. I'm sure he'll be fine later.
That's quite unfortunate.
I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really.
Just really doesn't have the right hand. Dude, that's the whole plot point, my goodness. Don't worry. It'll be all left now.
Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route helps, the cams probably... What? What is it? Optics was... What? Could that have even happened?
There's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you got no alibi.
This isn't... This can't. Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't...
Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we got to work with.
Right.
Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't even know what it was. But it was loud and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point I must have started running because when I got back, I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs. They wouldn't.
You live on the first floor, right?
We have trials in this game, and it's so we get scrum debates. Great question. There's gonna be some form of trial, whatever type it would be.
Yeah, first floor apartment, street-facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in, like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was... Lights were off, the room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name, and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real.
Is that why you picked it up?
What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her.
Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies especially.
Why do they keep doing that? It's more and more consistent and constant. Ugh. Ugh.
For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me.
No, stay up on the date of all the details and evidence by checking your phone. Your client's here is like,
My girlfriend, I killed her.
and you're just on your phone. You're like, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, and what happened next?
Are you on your phone right now?
Yeah, so what? I'm checking the news. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. No, I want more credit! That's for gambling.
You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know because...
Your prints, you're found with it, it's registered to you? No. I mean, the only thing here is prints. We're going easy at first.
It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun.
What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just...
Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun?
That explains how his prints got on the gun, but not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun...
So stupid, I know what a gun looks like, but seen in my own home, right in front of me.
You were in shock, Carlos. You still are.
The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving so fast it seemed like the rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect.
Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room with her Astor when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight?
What? Physical? We never fought like that. Did the police say we did?
They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos told me, what else did they assume?
What is it?
I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene.
Are we allowed to share that?
Maybe.
Kind of bad for my girlfriend. Yeah, I know, right? The girlfriend. I mean, that's exactly what you're supposed to feel, right? In terms of a writing detective case, this is open and shut as in this man didn't do it. And that's easy enough to see. We're gonna go with textbook case on that.
I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene.
Oh.
It's an AR model bit from the data taken as the police entered, so...
Right, it's just that.
It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details.
Okay. Let me see it.
Take your time.
Time he is taking.
Alright, I think I've got it.
That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place.
Alright.
I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind.
I don't remember exactly where everything was, but, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that...
What about the medicine?
No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me.
I see. Like so?
Oh, okay. Sorry, it took me a bit to figure out what in the world that was. Yeah, okay. It is the room from a 3D perspective angle. Okay. It's interesting, but we'll go with it. Yeah. She has paint too, my goodness. All good detectives have paint.
What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up.
It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR.
Well, I suppose that works too.
Paint, man. Tells you just about everything you need to know.
Sorry, I didn't mean. I think your drawing was pretty good,
Considering I can do that too. Hold on. Hold on, just like that, right? Sorry, I can't have her one-up me. I have, sportsmanship. Wait, no, wrong thing. Sorry, I'm getting into fights because I have sportsmanship.
I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos.
Right.
Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk.
Letter? What do you mean?
I mean, this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession.
A confession? But this is just a note to self.
Pardon?
Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I didn't mean to.
What's my landslide? Thank you. I try my best. I will gladly take it.
So this morning I tried writing things down, so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her.
Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them?
That's... I broke her fidget tubbies.
What? All the confession over a fidget toy? What?
Her what? Her what?
Her fidget tubbies.
Oh. My goodness. That ain't just a fidget toy. That's a cute little doll, my goodness. Yeah, I would have wrote a confession about that too. I don't blame him at all.
They're these collectible ceramic character thing.
Ceramic!
It all ties back, I tell you. It all ties back.
You're one of those. I don't think I can one-up perfection.
They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters.
Conversation starters.
She loves those little things. They're not worth anything. You'd buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they...
Hi, Daddy. Welcome. Internet. Go back. My internet died for a while. What I missed. A whole lot. I think. Murder. He didn't do... Here. Refer to this arrow. This diagram. This will tell you everything you need to know. We're here right now, in case you're needing to know. You got it? I hope you do.
And I broke them. I mean, I was annoyed at the time, but that rinse alarm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. I got so angry I ripped it off and tossed it into my room in that cheap, dusty, worthless...
Okay, let's say he did break her fidget duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change?
Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intention was when he sat down to write it. But the police insist on claiming confession for the heartbreak killings anyway.
Can't even bother to sweep them up, so I felt...
Alright, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions.
Literally said can't even bother to sweep them up. Like, okay, sure.
Speak, I know the arrows. Okay. Yeah, but those arrows do tell you everything you need to know, so it's fine. It's fine. You have 2 accounts? My goodness. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you.
What? That's it?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Although, before I do that, I do have to ask, what do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? A little scary, but okay.
Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I mean, getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge. A guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right?
Mister, yeah, give it. Probably it. Yeah, that sounds about right. You know, when in doubt, refer to the arrows, right? This one specifically. Please over here. The police have kept the victim's appearance as far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend.
I mean, he was shot in the chest, and that doesn't mean anything, does it?
And if he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m., June 5th, 2086.
I didn't realize you could smoke in here.
In the coffee mug? My goodness. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. Oh, okay. Why is that the one? Why is it so... Keep going with it.
I guess so.
Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one here who's on the clock.
Right, I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this.
No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though.
Oh!
Why does everyone always think that the first time is so important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas.
Oh. And, what areas are those?
You ever gamble, Carlos? Gambling!
Yeah! No, ma'am, I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Wouldn't touch the stuff.
I meant more like playing cards.
Oh, well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck.
Could have fooled me. Not much we can tell. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but junk all night long, you can still win, which makes things pretty fun.
Okay, so, do you have a good poker face?
I like to think so. Not like I've had it on all night long.
And are you lucky?
Only when the stakes are high.
And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker. And the state's the dealer?
If only. No, the state's more like the house.
Right. You mean like the house always wins?
We had the creepy sound effect, but without the creepy visual. Curious. Yes, they're really good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there, and we're down here. Again. That's why they're the house.
So what do we do?
We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave.
That doesn't sound very triumphant.
The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like
Don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I'm more asking, like, what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me.
So, that's a strategy. What's up?
You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Oh. Yo, ready to confess yet? Because I already woke up the DA.
Already?
She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the thing. Most of them simply prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials, and they all dislike having their time wasted.
Speaking of time wasted, how much longer is there for this? When I did my checks, I saw an hour as the time listing. It's been 2.5. I'm a little curious.
Unfortunately,
That's for anyone who knows, which is one of you, I think. Thanks, I really appreciate it.
Fortunately, then you'll have to call them back, as my client is not guilty, and frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here.
Right! What she said.
Hope it lasts. I'm enjoying it. Don't worry, there's at least 2 more episodes out right now. Which I don't have right now, but we're testing the waters.
You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing.
Haha, makes me feel old too. The future doesn't make me feel old, though. I'm happy about it. Yeah!
I feel young again.
There's a gameplay section and a bit more dialogue. Okay.
I'm very serious when it comes to defending innocence. Detective.
Counselor, we have your client's written confession.
His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay, Will.
We'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, once already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by numbers stuff.
That's good to know. That's good to have. You guys know what a paint by numbers is, right?
See, we found a note as his apartment, with his fingerprints on it.
You should be able to do it all this stream. Cool, thank you. No? Huh? You don't know what a color by number is? Man, I feel old again. The youngins are doing them those days. I love those. Thank you, somebody.
Apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. And now you're planning on, now how are you planning on spending that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try to throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology.
I feel dumb for not knowing now. Look it up. Look it up and know how you can engage in color by number.
But not for murder. He was apologizing for.
Analyze the facts as they're laid out, then review the response in your hand. Okay. I mean, I love gambling, so this should be second nature, right? Select the card that best answers the argument and place it in the slot on the right. And you can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what the key point they're answering. Okay. So I can go here.
He wrote a confession.
Where are they? I do not know that. It's in every ad. I know. Wait, debris. The weird debris or the revolver? Yes, please. Give me you.
He was simply apologizing for this.
And what is that? Oh! Beginner's luck question mark. Yeah, no way that thing is luck. Thanks for the achievement. That's what I call it. My friend always does it. Yay! Everyone knows. Perfect. They're fine sometimes, honestly. I just don't like mindless busy work, I'll be honest.
I found myself asking that exact same question.
What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene?
Indeed we are, Mr. London.
This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right?
Pure, non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data, yeah.
What's non-GMO?
My goodness, Rays, you dummy.
Not much these days.
Great answer, London. You are an oldie. Oh.
Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of broken... It's the scene of a murder. Full of broken junk for sure. But it was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. And what is that?
Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed.
Actually, that's not possible.
Oh?
Because that vase...
Because the fake wasn't damaged, wasn't here. Well, the vase was here. Because the fake wasn't damaged. I mean, they said wasn't damaged before, so we'll go with it.
It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase. Because that vase is still pristine. How is that?
How is that possible?
Wait, that's him asking that question? And why is he one to do that?
The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. The one time I tried and thrift shop on my own.
Well, so what? What does it even matter?
The face doesn't have a scratch on it.
And the debris must come from somewhere else. And that debris is what my client wrote the apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am. Because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of
Fidget tubbies.
what he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And that impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology.
Can you prove that?
We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since you couldn't have come from the base, it must have come from the collectibles. Those things.
Great game.
Simple, right? And what are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly show. Those fidget tubbies must have been gotten pulverized down during the struggle, too. You're really gonna claim that he sat down to write her an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof.
That proof comes from, oh yeah, it's the rental. Duh. The rental, I see. Q for quick buy? Oh, it's that. Okay. Yes, the rental, mind you.
Nah, ha 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 ha. And just take a closer look at the rental you took during custody. Ha. One swipe of your fingers should show you exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your text found ceramic debris on it, yes?
Now that you mention it.
Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her happy. Overjoyed because
even a cheap arm has got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right?
Alright.
You see, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. It said that rental haven't been used since the AM.
Whose side are you on, old man?
It's gotten pretty late, sunshine, just trying to save us all some time where I can.
Aw, you go, man. You can have pats too. Look at you. It's very simplistic, very nice so far. I do enjoy. Very, very linear. Right, back to here. Remember, this is the one we're working with here. And we're going from this point on, we're currently around this point. You know, usually it has some sort of branching ways that end in a sort of way, but, actually, let me do that one better. We'll do it in this one. But we don't really have much of those. We're keeping it all strict. It's not convoluted enough for that, and we're keeping it that way. We're taking the facts in, you know? It's factually this because of that, you know?
Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service.
Are you seriously buying this?
Just look at how scrolled out panicked that note is. You expect me to believe that he was upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Setting aside Detective Ray's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct, they had no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken up over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you see on that note. No, the only reason the note looks the way it does is because Carlos
is right-handed. But yeah.
Because Carlos is right-handed.
Yeah, even I'd do poorly if I wrote a note with my non-dominant hand. Hold on, I can do it on mouse. Hold on. Mouse. Okay. I can do this in black. Guys, this is my non-dominant hand. It's just simple hello. I don't know why I need to prove this. You know, hello, simple. And here's with my dominant hand. They're both still bad, but you can see a difference. It's easy enough to tell. Oh my goodness. This head is similar. But look, one has curves. This one's all blocky, right? Same. I'm sorry, my handwriting hasn't improved since I was like 7, okay? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am.
He's right-handed.
Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something?
So the reason why the note looks like an asylum wall is because he had to use his left hand to write.
What's the difference? I'm going to be convicted for homicide. My goodness.
I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it would be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics.
Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor! You've established that your client's remorseless. Woo! Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old gun, which just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is... What, you're gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me, in her typical low-key fashion.
It's these arguments flow. You won't always have the stronger hand. Okay. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. Okay. Lose goodly.
She must have something different, no sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small?
Hey, raise. Given that raise isn't an option, he doesn't wear an extra small. Uh-huh.
Gee, Carlos, do you?
No.
Yeah. Sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention?
I want to, but I can't. No evil twin. Still not happening.
No, I'm afraid not. I'm not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime. Prove his innocence. I will need to get there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence.
Prove the third party. hard evidence that is fair, though. Stay.
I have no evidence of a third party at this time.
Yeah, right, you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there at night. So keep dreaming.
It's obvious she had something there, but I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take more damage than I had to.
Great.
We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene.
Kind of fair, actually. Based on my experience, everyone's experience is different. Who am I kidding?
Which was not smart.
Hey.
But not illegal either.
And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes.
Yes, he did.
Right.
Do you have those clothes on hand by chance?
No, the lab finished with them a while ago.
What are you getting at?
It'll be easier if I just show you.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Would you mind getting them for me?
You know what?
Sure.
I can use the fresh air.
It's humid, ain't it?
Stinks in here anyway.
Here I thought the room smelled like.
Blue ink spilled.
Morgan, what are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that, like, make me look real bad?
Relax, Carlos.
I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you.
Really?
Really?
Not really.
Plenty of innocent people in prison, and plenty with people with bad luck or bad lawyers.
People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy.
More often than not, it takes coaxing.
What was it that reminded me of?
Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket.
Excuse me for a second. The first thing I noticed, right? I needed to take into account the blood's location. Anything like that, unless it's like all over the torso, is going to be mostly important, right? And here, it is important. Look, it's, in this one area. Which I suppose makes sense, the left arm. Nowhere else. Curious, ain't it? I thought that was the right arm first, I'm bad.
So what's your angle?
180 degrees, that ain't the right.
You gonna tell me this is actually just hot sauce?
No. That would be silly.
She actually thought it over.
So what in the world could your point be? Hey.
Sorry. I just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune.
What good fortune?
You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested for wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart by a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagged firearm.
And
so this coat proves that it couldn't have been the shooter.
is there a gas leak in here? What world does that make any sense?
Sense has to be the key here. Just need to draw their attention to what they can.
Sense you use doesn't matter. Smell? I mean, the whole thing has been about smell, so I'm drawn to it. Feel or see. What angle are we going here? What sense you use doesn't matter. You know what? It's simple, easy peasy. Everything's drawing it toward the smell, ain't it? Alright, they see blood. They can probably feel that there's blood there. Let's smell it, why don't we? Let's just smell it already. We're all talking about smell. We'll make it easy. Indirect, let me tell you.
Just do me one favor, Detective. Tell me what you smell.
I don't smell anything except dried blood.
Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of...
Cigarette! That's what I've been smelling.
Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation?
I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket?
If you would.
Let's see. I'm kinda pink now. No gunpowder.
Oh, what? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time.
Thank you, game. I really appreciate how easy you make it. Look at that. Hold on, I need a new line. We can go here. How is this? It's like a this. Like that, you see? Points that go out to nowhere except when you need them, in which place they're accounted for. There you go. You see? I like this.
You can't be any more than a few years older than me.
But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, and still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence.
And what is she talking about, London?
Modern firearms, like the ones we carry, use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they wouldn't leave behind any residue.
Gunpowder residue? You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave any digital traces.
Expect the blue. What do you mean blue arrow? My goodness. Oh, okay. Why blue? Blue arrow like puddle water, like the depths, like the ones that was in the sewer. It's coming soon, right? We're here right now. The only one coming soon is down here. Why did we just leave a block of... Touch the sewer water, everyone! We're touching it soon, why don't we? Let me tell you one little secret. I haven't said this before up until now, but there's one main reason I wanted to play this game, besides the Steam page. There was a video that I watched. You know, I often watch videos regarding game design and that sort of thing, and this one was about demos. And one of the demos that it showcased was for this game. I don't know anything from it, but I just know that it stops at some place very interesting. Any specifics, I couldn't tell you. That's everything I know. And I think a bit of a blue arrow might be interesting for that one. It's really kind of good. Yes, with the shot put ball we get. She rolled the gun down the Rube Goldberg machine. Is it a demo? Yes, this is actually the demo. This is the demo of it.
Let a revolver like this one, and leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So, then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they'd found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they would have taken the time to highlight it.
Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her. He changed his clothes.
That's not impossible, but it would be pretty pointless.
Huh?
His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residues, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards?
Good doink.
In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. As soon as possible.
I see. Interest.
Whoa.
They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The latter was mostly icing on the cake for them. But that gun is all they need to link Carlos to any of the shootings.
You could perhaps call it a smoking gun.
But
That isn't what I was talking about with the blue arrow. Oh, okay. Well, then I haven't a clue. His name is Flat, yeah. Just kind of ironic. He certainly isn't Flat, I'll tell you that much. In terms of character.
So, if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things are a bit dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message?
Wait, did they actually manage to find it?
Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks.
Uh-huh. So what is it?
But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, it's staring at a photo of the killer.
Wanna bet? Oh, back in the thing, I see. Okay, oh. We're in flashy mode now. I see.
A photo of the shooter? If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of nothing. She's got something from the scrubbers.
She must have something. She must be bluffing. Oh, I gotta think now, don't I? So she does have something, right? She's a little cocky there, ain't she? When I think whatever it is... Blue arrow! That's blue, really? That's our blue arrow? That's a blue... Hold on. Let's get another line down here. Hey, get back over here. So, previously we go from here to here, right? Right now, it's like an arrow going out of nothing. We need to figure out what this arrow connects back to. That's what I'm getting with it. In which case, I gotta think. Does she have something? Or bluff? In which case does it mean by something? You know what? Let's stay for a while. Let's see what we got.
I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting?
Sure there was.
But this isn't from optics.
I minus the credit. My bluff. My thing.
Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from the outside the network.
Oh, wait. No, that was good, though, wasn't it? Because we... Okay, it's still fine.
Which means... Party's over, Counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well... Okay, the quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. Managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the chances? No, the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good. But it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit...
Blurry.
Don't look at me, I didn't take the thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone.
Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. When their phone was on, its camera would be on.
And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted. And so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any farther. and I could count the pixels on one hand, and you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim you can identify my client from this image, and there's no way you could get this past a judge.
Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could.
I see. Anyway, that arrow, we found its connection point. It goes back to the, neighbors on their phones. Back, relating to, as well, the argument. Ta-da! We found it! Hence the only thing that would really make sense in some form or fashion.
Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What is happening to me?
Think I know a DA that could. Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. Hold on, let me look at that evidence like 1 second. Sure, I got at it in here. Photograph, yeah. Man, that really is blurry. Left-handed shooter, sure. Then an arm, sure. We have a clock in the photo. Roughly looks like 9 o'clock. That, I believe, would match. Okay. Yeah, you can't gather a thing from this. And who do we know that had their left hand fingerprints all over that gun?
You're referring to my client.
You think? Unamused. We established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight, so he must have shot with his left.
Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. The left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever.
Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get to where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before Judge Orduri's photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test.
Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show.
Let's look back at the evidence, right? The only other piece of evidence we have there is the clock. Time of death, 9 p.m. Which, hold on, I gotta figure out how to, where's the back button? Which the photograph did say 9. I can read a clock, you know. And that does match up with the room, right? You know, look back to our model, right? Entrance is here. There's the clock. Looking at it from where the window would be. Right here, you'd see on this side a left-handed shooter and that clock at that right time. Which means it ain't that. So, at a loss for words? A little bit, actually.
Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly?
Exactly. Additional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. We can DNA on the photo's owner and ask them where.
Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tell us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. Front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight on at the shooter. So it's pretty obvious that this was taken from the north window. Which is, toward that way. Okay.
From the north.
the north. North is that way. According to this compass. If it was that way, then yeah, we'd see it. Okay.
This is taken from the north, and why can we clearly see the...
But if that's the other thing, is it a reflection? Broken mirror. Oh! No. You make a good point. Oh. But no, it couldn't have been. Because we already checked that it wasn't mirrored because of the clock that was correctly at 9. Right? Right? I'm not going crazy. I know how to read clocks, right? Right? Yeah, that's so 9 o'clock. It's the exact time the victim died. Still, though, how is the room set up? Crimson map. The clock is right there on that wall. Yeah, it fell behind there, which means probably on the same wall. If it was a reflection, we wouldn't have seen the clock. Okay. I like apples. Good for you. Yeah, so the window, which we assume is that one. Yes, the north window we see from there. North there, clock there. Unless the clock was on that wall. Where's the clock? A little hard to see, but it'll be fine. We'll work it. We'll work it.
It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I could seize the opportunity to start turning the tide.
Right, if she's wrong, the photo was taken from the west.
Hold on, let me pull out my phone real quick. I need to check something. Like, we're in the middle of an important discussion. You can't just pull out your phone.
The west, there. Or there, which would be that. The clock is behind there, which means... Logistically, it doesn't work for the clock. Which means I do... It had to be, right? Okay, go with what I'm saying. Logistically, it doesn't work from the clock.
Right, from the north. No, because that wouldn't...
No. Just like apples, it seems. It seems.
Is something the matter, counselor?
Sorry, just thinking things through.
Right. So law school is mostly take-home tests, I'm guessing?
It's not the time for hesitation. I need to speak up and take back the momentum.
Apparently it's not. My goodness.
This photo can't have been taken from the north. What exactly are you talking about? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative.
Do we have another case of Niro is dumb? Which, quite frankly, is very possible. I don't know.
And what do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's arcs tell us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived.
Wait, it's the arcs? The arcs is what I needed? Arcs data. Or not? Okay.
And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And...
Now raise the ante on a hand up to the correct max. It's wrong and you lose more credit. If I answer correctly, you can bank up more credit for turning your hands down the line. Okay, I have a little thing here. So I can up the stakes.
And altogether, that means that this photo must have been taken from the west window. And as long as you consider...
Thing. Statement that we see that way. Ah. I see. So gambling, yes. All in, yes. We are maxed on that puppy. Because I do believe you are right. I do believe it was a reflection, just not how we thought it was. Specifically because we didn't see the mirror. It's only the reflection because we didn't see it. Give us the statement. I'm so good, baby.
We're back in business, yo!
Woo! And just take one look at the clock in that photo.
The clock? What about it?
Mixing up their voices.
The clock, huh?
Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it and keep my tempo high.
This photo was taken right before the shooting, so...
Right? Is that it? I don't know. It's alright, I don't believe it actually. Not from the way that it's there, but that's there. But then it should be there, right? But then what is that? It's fine, we'll do it.
Wait, don't mean to tell me the time of death is wrong.
No way it ain't. Right, the time of death could be wrong. Nah. Time of death's correct, that's fine.
That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, the neighbors all agree. The time of death was 9 p.m.
Right, no mistake in that.
So then, what are you on about?
There's a clock in the wall in this photo, analog style, and it reads 9 o'clock.
9 p.m., the time of the shooting.
And what's so special about that?
Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time of the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room?
What?
Actually, I don't recall there being a clock.
That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock, because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor.
And?
The only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so.
What does this actually mean?
And what is that supposed to be?
An artistic rendition.
Oh, hold on, just use mine instead. It's just over here. My artistic rendition. It's so much better.
It's, very distinct.
If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add it to the arcs?
And show you my hand. Just because discovery law compares us to shell info doesn't mean we have to play fair, Detective. Slip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred.
Then this photo must be looking for the western window to see it.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
The victim was shot at 9 p.m., the same time that this photo was taken of the shooter.
But you want to claim the clock's still on the eastern wall when it's been knocked down during the fighting?
You've got your logic backwards, Detective. Your precious photos shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell.
What is it? Vase. Glass. Mirror broken. The room was trashed before the shooting. Uh-huh. Oh, yes, glass. We're going all in, boys. All in! Because the glass that fell onto the victim.
Glass shards? What about them?
Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body.
My goodness. It's almost like I saw some other piece of media where glass shards falling on top of the victim's body was an important piece of evidence for the crime. I don't need to fill in that blank for you. I'm sure you already know it.
And not under it.
If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean
that she was dead, on the ground, before the room got thrashed.
But that's...
but that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone thrash the room afterwards?
That's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, are there any signs of struggling at the other crime scenes?
Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks, whatever, went over in a matter of seconds.
So why did you think that when you saw the mess in the bedroom?
That this was personal, that things had gotten complicated. Things happen.
Things do happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which things happened. We're gonna confuse the mirror is only reflecting to see the killer, not reflecting the clock itself. Yeah, I had assumed that. Makes the photo a little interesting. I would have clarified that a little more, but I see the point and I like the point, you know.
So what if the room didn't get tossed around until afterwards he still shot her?
And we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because the photo proves my client's innocence.
Huh?
Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult. And maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Right? Yes, you are. Good for you. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos.
No way it can't.
The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall, which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west.
Back to this. That's impossible.
The only hallway that in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective.
Excuse me.
That's why you're such a bad gambler. You played your cards too early. Now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo.
What?
What we're seeing is what we're all in on. Max gauge, the temp's real high. We're sweating bullets. And the only time to play our right cards is when we're looking at. How do we play this again? How do I do this one? It's when we're. Wait, what is the thing? It's the photo of this. Is when we're looking in the mirror.
Yeah.
Could have been so much cooler, my goodness. What is that? You're trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from?
Yeah.
Sure, they came from a standing mirror. I'm so good, such a good gambler! A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window.
But then, that would mean...
At that angle, from that viewpoint.
It would reflect the hallway. And so, we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right hand. And, as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said in that photo. I'm glad it was recovered, because it just proved that my client couldn't have possibly committed this crime. You get head pats too now.
Thank you. Come again.
That should be the end of it. Except it doesn't look like it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. Ugh, I know sunk cost fallacy, my goodness. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever, the impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. Hey, like I was saying. Lucky for you, Detective. I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes.
That's one word for it.
Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. I'm going to make a comic book. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to the gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with those facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting and insisted on utilizing pet photo to track down the real killer. You tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in architecturally impossible hallway.
And that's... He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one.
A little stubbornness can be charming, but this is kind of ugly. It's getting late. Time to bear my things. A bit.
I got tingles, I don't like that.
That's the best you got. In a bare bones prosthetic off the back market needs to be attuned to the individual's nervous system. You have to bring it to a clinic, which we have left a record on his shoulder OS, a record you won't find. And he still had to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of violent crime calls for full strike understanding of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well, any objections, Your Honor? Detective? God. Ugh.
And the case is over. Yay, gambling! I knew my gambling background would win me this case. Maximum raise, let's do it.
Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me. In light of the evidence that I just got an achievement for, we have no reason to hold you.
Now I gotta go call the DA and tell her I made a mistake.
Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know.
Detective.
Lost my train of thought, but hey, your attorney's a real tiger, ain't she? She's just thought like hell for you. Make sure you think it properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well.
Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is just its own reward.
This is a lie.
Sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor.
Explain to me the entire 100-line demo. Good for you. I've been meaning to play that, but I've more accurately been meaning just to buy the thing outright.
Feel exactly the same, counselor.
Yeah, I hear it's good and interesting, but I'd like it.
What happens now?
I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still paperwork we'll need to go through, but basically you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact.
As a demo? You just now realized? It's like 60 odd, I'm not sure it's worth it. It's got a... Look. Let's talk about money for time real quick. 80? Okay. Yeah, money for time real quick. I hear it takes about 30 to 40 hours to get to an ending. It's called a 100-line. That means it's got about 100 endings, given that you can go back and forth. I've heard that it's taken about 1 to 200 hours to get through the game to a pretty decent point. Taking that into account, you can do the math, I suppose. How much time to money that is. Pretty good, I think.
Yay? But what am I supposed to do?
The detectives will continue their investigation.
Their investigation of heartbreak, huh?
This time, yeah. This time.
Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements.
No, that's not what
Huh?
Diane being gone is bad enough.
That's like 2,000.
But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore.
You'll die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean.
I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do?
Like, I know. There are some contacts I can give you. Services, professionals, doctors.
No, you've done more than enough for me.
The music. Twist time indeed, ain't it?
When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. To try to convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you.
We didn't go to a happy music, I don't like it. It's like 1,030 to me. Is that relating to the exchange rate? That seems so rate is, yeah. Is in 10 days, so I might as well wait. Exactly. Just wait. Hold on, let me pull up a calc real quick. Just so I can do that average. So let's assume you're a little quickie boy, right? You're getting yeah, $80 Australian, right? You're getting about 100 hours out of it, you know, before you kind of get bored of all the writing. And hope you like the writing if you're buying that game. Anyway, you're getting I mean, that's pretty simple math, ain't it? 80 cents for your dollar, right? Let us let's confirm the math with some averages, right? For example, that new Resident Evil game that just came out. Let me pull up that info real quick. For a normal normal price, ain't it? So in we'll even give the benefit of the doubt. Let's say you got the new Resident Evil game on sale, right? For you guys, that'd be $60 Australian, right? So you can plop in 60 to your calculator divided by how long to beat, which is going to be our absolutely lovely 11 hours. My goodness. Let's say you take a sweet time. It's 14. So simple math, 16 divided by 14, 4.28 100 lines, a great deal. Not seeing the numbers? Yeah, I bothered not putting up the calculator. But you can do the math yourself. Easy peasy. Didn't think I'd be doing math, though. But yes, $4.28 per hour, as opposed to the $0.8 per hour that 100 line is. Much a better deal, don't you think? Anyway, where were we?
You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to...
No, I mean, thank you for not asking.
Huh?
For not asking if I killed her.
Oh, Carlos, I didn't need to ask.
Say that intended for you to do math. Sorry. I just take things into my own hands when I can. I'm just gonna mention the elephant in the room. Who's your master? New teaches us math. Ugh. You know, on this channel, I have a... before I did the streams, I do have a video where I went through Tokyo U math. I recommend you don't watch it. That thing was pain. I have a very different sense of math than most people. So, don't worry about that.
Anyway, I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all.
So that's what I meant by killer lawyer. I'm gonna make a joke, like a killer lawyer, haha. Not actually, but then I forgot about that joke, so... You only remember things when they're relevant, right? Huh. I see. Well, it's kind of good to know, but hey, whatever brings your business, right?
Blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place, easy to find, hard to miss.
but the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards the invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with a singular universal meaning, vitality, and its climax bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite. The end. But the comical thud of the body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. 8:59 p.m., June 4th. Bullet number 6-6, and the gun's empty. It's useless to me now, may as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Heartbreak, ain't it? Finding the ammo is almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here. Must have only been able to see my own silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend? Back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now.
Hey! Yeah, did you hear that?
These old pieces are so loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know how to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use with even a partial suppressor on the way in. They really not afford some throw pillows. I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces and small spears of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places and usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean and organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except... there's a mess on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over this stupid mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of mess in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably nothing more than tasteless junk. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor this shredding. If it can't be clean, just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself in my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down to single shots? Yes. But, so what? I'm not made of stone. And after all, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyagers would obsess over something that's none of their business? Good writing. Indeed. Really allows me to go through the whole insane angle here, and oof. Hopefully that comes across well in my voice. After all those threads and breakdowns, oh no, all that theory crafting, and all for the heartbreak killer. It sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I feel insulted by the label, but nah, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will come up with something. Then he got rejected one too many times, or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least this room is now thoroughly trashed. If I had just walked away and seen that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly. It'll irritate the cops to no end instead. It's too tough for this. She's tough and that allows her for this. My goodness. Good riddance, heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes on the spot, right? Really savor it. I'm going home. The air is waiting tonight. Thick, energized. Heavily foreshadowed summer rain I could feel on every hair.
Thanks, Detective London. I appreciate it.
They call this kind of humility oppressive, but I disagree.
The line. The timeline. The timeline. Everything back to here now. Everything back to that one point.
Warm tension on your skin. Just like those short moments just after the shower turns off when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Rest of things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk.
5:01 a.m., June 5th. The end, we get more of this. The Steam Summer Sale's coming up, ain't it? I've got like way too many things in the pipeline right now, so picking and choosing is a little tricky, I will say.
Sorry, using my left is still. That's okay. You can just initial in these spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, and did some stretching. Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:04 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up.
We're paying attention to the water on the street, but didn't pay attention to the water on the sidewalk. The blue line, I tell you. The blue line finally comes in, starting in our depths of our water. There it is! Look, it's a blue line! And we have a little thing, a little thread coming off from all those points, and it just plops itself nicely down right here. A plot. The big ol' A plot. Here's the B plot. All this is the B plot. B plot resolved, by the way. My goodness. And just a note, I would like to note, we do have a little, a few arrows that point back from that line. Just a note. You guys can understand that pain, right?
Decent rate, since I was up so late, man, Sergeant. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend, Campbell, would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he would need to be provided one. And all I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning.
Okay, where else?
Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy for me to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, and so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be no doubts, questions, appeals. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. Cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness, and always preferable to one's open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find him a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and out of mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risk. I might even overdone things here or there. Overdose, I say. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room. Just to make doubly sure I'd still not smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked, but obviously, everything would have turned out rosy, and it's finally worth the time to end it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus.
Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too.
It stings now that we know it, but to her...
Funny.
didn't even know her name. And that explains those scenes, huh? Could really go back and see all this ahead of time. Oof. I like ye. I like ye indeed.
Something the matter?
No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was mad too. So when she died...
Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground.
No, I know, but... I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. And she must have died hating me.
Say nothing. Present evidence. You know, I was about to wait for a little bit. Just a little bit of time. To mention red herrings, right? How red herrings still even go along with the whole plot, right? They still have an arrow back, even if they aren't the arrow we need. But I think the game's providing a bit of a second arrow for us here. I know we're all a fan of gambling here, but are you also a fan of drugs?
Tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself.
What is it?
Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle that couldn't quite fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make some sense of it.
The pills, Carlos.
What is the... Where did you find that?
That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had grasped it in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained tripexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those with tricky clasps, too. For a pill organizer, could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, sad, all at the same time, but as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medication for the week.
I like that. I like that indeed.
To my eyes, anyway.
Thanks, achievement. I'll keep all this in mind for later. This is adding to my mental database. You guys don't know what you're in for with this. He's so happy. Just like to give a round of applause here. Is there still more? My goodness, I thoroughly enjoyed this already. What do you mean there's more?
Long night. That was too far just now. I'm practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again anyway. But overstepping that is like pure hubris. Hubris invites a downfall. So, why? Why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. Just need to show more restraint next time. Double ending, maybe?
We heard mention of a double.
Oh, there won't be a next time for Heartbreak. The gun's in custody, and there's no more bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue.
It's almost over, it's fine. At this point, I'm more interested in it not being over. I'm curious.
The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next demo. And no one will ever... Found you. District Attorney Rockford.
Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried.
By all means.
Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together.
Thank you.
I don't get it. How do you sleep at night?
Pardon?
You do white noise, aromatherapy. Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters.
Assistant Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, a lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt, and despite her sometimes unkept appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know. Since I haven't beaten her once, worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job, and hard for me to read.
Should I buy a new mattress?
What do they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma?
Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you.
Me?
Your client was a suspect in the heartbreak killings, and that's my case.
Well, then you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go through trial against me.
No. Why would I be worried about going up against you?
It's always the unintended barbs with her. Please don't steal my lines, game. So, you're working with those detectives?
Yeah, London and the new girl, Ray's. They've been reporting to me in preparation for the trial.
Preparation for the trial? That seems ambitious.
I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little.
It's hard to kill while leaving behind so little. So, Ray's told you that they had HK in custody, and now you popped out of bed all excited to run over? See the final boss? No. No, she's not. Hold on. What is she, actually? Maybe, like, Chapter 1 boss. You know how in Ace Attorney you get all the other people? I can't see her being the only one we go up against.
Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart. Yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all.
Oh?
I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer who outsmarted the state for weeks.
She's not using his middle name. He was found with a murder weapon. But I can answer that in any number of ways. What are we answering? It could have been Flat. He shot. Great. Great! Lucky shot. What are we answering, by the way? It could have been Flat. Carlos Flat, Heartbreak, Revolver. The rental. But it couldn't have been, right? Because it's just the right hand, right? We'll just go with that. That may be true, but... I don't think my report mattered. Or my answer mattered.
Then I glanced at the report.
You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about, his dominant arm, modded, documented sensitivity issues, never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks, not to mention he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. He's probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance? No setup, I tell ya. Setup, so now you know what you're up against in your next case. We're gonna leave it sort of unfinished here, aren't we? You're back? Alright.
But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here.
Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic.
Yeah, of course, it couldn't have been him.
Huh?
Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, not so the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile.
Profile?
Yeah, right, sorry. I'd probably never heard of it.
I know what a profile is. Scary's just a prodigy. Ugh. Prodigies are scary, let me tell ya.
A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion in the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera.
Or before they even leave the house.
I've had, to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. About profile, about Heartbreak's MO. I'm curious, I'm real curious.
Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon.
He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do fine without it. And that just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills.
And where there are other shootings with the same MO?
No, not that I've found.
Other victims that fit the description?
No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look the same to each other, but they also look like a lot of people.
That's true.
Yeah, they kind of look like me. Yeah. You know what? That tracks with the profile, doesn't it? The profile and the MO, right? Yeah, that really does track. My goodness, game. I like you. I like you, game. Oh boy, I like you.
Do they?
Sure. What, you don't see it?
I hadn't thought about it.
Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. And so I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think Heartbreak is a misnomer.
You've got something catchy in mind?
I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and to their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life-supported mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection.
That's hard to wrap your head around.
I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up,
A mistake?
Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so annoyed.
Are you talking about the crime scene?
Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, too.
Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing.
On the contrary.
I don't follow.
This was their last bullet and their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one temper tantrum.
You make them sound like a child.
Childish. And cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose as much as they love to win.
Your profile tell you all that?
No. That part's just... takes one to know one. What do you mean, Emma? What do you mean by that? In a game like this, we're putting suspicion on you, right? Who killer? We get spy versus spy here or something? Let's talk about profiling while we're at it. Ha 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 ha.
So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique?
The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of a person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill. Points to passion rage, lust, they probably knew their victim. It's lose as much as he likes to win. Yeah, that's the whole 9 yards. I mean, all of it, right? Look, man. It could be any number of things. Any number of suspects out there, but you know what? When it comes to a writer, what they have in mind with all their things, you know what? Takes one to know one. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childish tantrums, poor criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories.
The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So, how much can his crimes possibly tell you?
That he's diligent. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized. It was the heartbreak killer, no. And with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm.
It's rare to see her this animated outside of the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself.
Look, man. Look at it. Just look at the lines, man. Just look at the lines, I tell you.
A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time.
A lone wolf, educated, but
all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life.
probably overqualified and undervalued.
Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that, in that metaphor, I would be the...
What I mean?
Definitely.
In considering the marksmanship,
The detective said the HK would have needed insider information on optics.
it was obviously the magic toilet paper. Exactly, you get it.
So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement?
Never in 10 billion years.
Oh.
Profile, I say. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. He'd be kicking kids in the head after their first full rotation.
Right. That's exactly how I'd put it.
There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves.
Insert themselves? I do not I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how do they manage to know about the blackout timing?
Crime matter statistical analysis. Probably.
Pardon?
Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips and... Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. Yeah, sure, chalk it down to your 40 hours, why don't you?
That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So, to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type.
In a city with an 8-digit population?
Well, good luck. We're looking for a quarter of a needle and half dozen haystacks, aren't we?
I don't need luck, I only need more information.
Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources.
No, Morgan. I mean more crime scenes.
Oh.
Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way to my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies.
Not a very fair trade, is it?
No, it isn't. But getting messed over is, well, a given. It's a deal with the devil. Devil, we say.
Fair enough.
Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help?
Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom.
This has so many meanings, my good. The threads, man! The threads, I tell you, the threads! They're all over the place! That ain't my heart beating right now. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah.
No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we like to do.
Huh?
I could use a cup of coffee. How about you?
Don't tempt me.
If you fall asleep face first into the table, I won't even take a picture.
Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats.
Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. The police will have moved on to the cases they actually stand a chance of closing.
Don't like the emphasis we're placing on this via redundancy.
It's what people do. But Emma is indifferent. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bring it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it, never finishing, never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Episode 0. End.
Yay! Give it a round of applause. Why is there more dialogue? Hold your applause. Real quick. Just hold it.
Which means you're gonna be living with my friend for a while. For how long?
I'm sorry. I don't know.
There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved.
It may as well be a blatant pound from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, are they trustworthy?
Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on now. It'll be fun.
Really?
Really educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan.
I see. Credits. Now you have your applause. There we go. Unhold your applause. Art and art direction by Evil Little Bug. Oh, evil indeed. Programming by Patrick. Remodeling by Arenders. Environments by Patrick and Arenders together. Written, directed, and developed by Brian Mulholland. I'm keeping my eye on you. But congratulations, Brian. You've done a great thing. What do you mean there's more? Volunteer playtesting by Gristin, Hugh, Maxie, Sadie, Thumbit, Thomas, and special thanks to Adrian, Alterlinks, Anna, Kiljuvolt, Mado, Manmung. Special thanks to Dev Talk, Philly McCain Talks, our friends and family. You, the players, that's me. Full attributions. Made with Unity. All these things. We don't need them. Game made by Nth Circles of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. Speak of the devil. Oh my goodness. The threads, I tell you. They're there. But you never know there are. To be continued in.
You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people.
And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something like that and flawed into the world.
You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at the crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next.
Okay, great. We still have, like, that next time on this thing. Fran.
I never even stolen anything. That wasn't already compromised.
Work hard and the company will have you set for life, and after that, too.
Ugh. Can't tell by how many musicians I've seen. Ganged over by a huge smile and a fat signing bonus.
So that's not just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Compared to that determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. So many characters, I can't figure out the voices all at once.
The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything.
We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long.
And it's a million times more likely than the alternative. The heartbreak could never stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't owe anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it.
Devil, Episode 1. An Idle Mind. Yay. So 0 results. Great. I found the things. Look at me go. I'm found in all this stuff. Congratulations! You finished episode 0 with 33 credits. Yay. She got getting caught in the end. I don't know. And I say that with full honesty. I have no idea. It could do anything. At least relating to that. Also, not contest art and bonus scenarios. Great. Also have a total of 33 remaining credits. Oh, yes. Cosmetics. Yay. But anyway, you know, I was expecting this to go for like an hour. It went for 4. Uh-huh. I sure hope you enjoyed this. I must get going now. This one is curious to say the least. I was really testing the waters with this one, but I think the waters have tested back. How many episodes will it have? I don't know, actually. Maybe someone else can answer that, or maybe it's online. But I do know that it has 2 episodes out now, and a 3rd one coming. Actual chapters are longer. I did see that, yes. But is curious. Curious indeed. I'll have to keep my eye out for the sale, but anyway. I think she's a game. Oh, gladly. I've had my eye on this one for a while, so I thought I might as well check it out just a little bit. But yes, thank you all for watching. Thank you, and I do hope to see you again some other time. Thank you, bye-bye.